on the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Beauty's Bengal sending out for the front end. Rachel's Rock, one for the outside, gets that lead. Reiterates on the extreme outside. Miraviglioso's at the fence, now up into second. Fifth place belongs to Glory Bound Clara, who's about 3 parts of a length in front of Dream On Cara at the tail of the field. Rachel's Rock to the half-mile pole in front by 3. Miraviglioso stalking in second. Reiterate Gold Blinkers outside in third, then a space of about 5. Beauty's Bengals dropped way off the pace. It is to the outside of Dream On Cara, and Glory Bound Clara is 3 wide at the back of the pack and about 9 lengths off the lead. First quarter, 22 4/5, less than 2.5 furlongs to go. Rachel's Rock has expanded the lead to 6. Still, Miraviglioso in second. Beauty's Bengal in the white shadow roll outside in third. And then it's Dream On Cara, followed up by Glory Bound Clara on the stand side. They got 1 furlong to go. Rachel's Rock shaking up on the front end, has the lead by 3 lengths. A quartet of chasers, Beauty's Bengal and Glory Bound Clara on the far outside. Then it's Dream On Cara driving finish. Beauty's Bengal, Glory Bound Clara, Beauty's Bengal, Glory Bound Clara at a head-bobbing photo finish. Mutual exacta $62.34. Trifecta $53.07. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Lippin Law who accelerates out for the front end. Rubies for Olivia accompanies that one on the outside. Then it's Life is But a Dream, who's to the inside of Moonlight Gal at the back of the pack. The pace is controlled, but now Lippin Law lets it out a notch and opens up by 4 over Rubies for Olivia, who defers in second. Life is But a Dream, no hurry towards the inside in third. And Moonlight Gal is outside of her at the back. 5.5 furlongs to go. Lippin Law and Kevin Navarro on top by 5 over Rubies for Olivia and Joel Cruz in pursuit in second. Moonlight Gal and Worry outside in third. Life is But a Dream and Koa towards the inside at the back of the pack. First quarter was in 25 1/5. And they pass the half-mile pole. Lippin Law goes for the opening half in 50 2/5. Rubies for Olivia punches on through towards the inside second. Moonlight Gal outside third. Life is But a Dream at the back of the pack and about 4.5 lengths off the lead. 3 furlongs to go. Lippin Law makes it a 3-furlong dash for home. Rubies for Olivia counters up the inside and does have an inside running lane if good enough, as it's Moonlight Gal who charges up 3 wide third. Life is But a Dream 6 lengths off the pace at the tail of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Lippin Law, Rubies for Olivia brush in upper stretch as its Moonlight Gal is under a drive in third. Life is But a Dream stand side fourth as they run to the 16th pole. Rubies for Olivia, Lippin Law, Life is But a Dream, a last-second rally on the outside. Life is But a Dream with a well-timed ride by Koa to get up, defeating Lippin. Third race at Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, pick 4 wagering. Post-time race time, just got to be a member. They're all in the gate, and they're off. By Mink Standards and Hoity Maroney. Hoity Maroney takes over the lead. By Mink Standards second. Constant Chaos in the clear in third. Rockin' Money towards the inside fourth. 3.5 lengths off the lead. And a length back to Magic Beach, who's at the tail of the field. Hoity Maroney's on the point. Has the lead by 2 with less than a half mile to go. By Mink Standards in chase mode second. Constant Chaos 3 wide third. Rockin' Money towards the inside. Ground saving fourth. And a length back to Magic Beach is at the tail of the field and about 5 lengths off the lead. About 2.5 furlongs to go. Hoity Maroney nudged upon to keep that lead. Has the lead by a half length. By Mink Standards, Constant Chaos, second and third. Rockin' Money right behind the leaders in fourth. Needs somewhere to run. And at the back, that's Magic Beach as they turn into the stretch. Hoity Maroney, By Mink Standards, Constant Chaos, and Rockin' Money switches to the outside for clear running room. And Rockin' Money's closing in. 16th to go. By Mink Standards, Constant Chaos, Rockin' Money on the far outside. Rockin' Money wearing down By Mink Standards for the win. Constant Chaos third. Maki Kaberkoa. $5.08 to Winning Mutual. Double $6.24. Exacta $13.46. Try $7.01. And they're off. A very bad stumble to start there for Nice Baby, who's last. Follow your arrow, and I know you ain't talking to me. These two blitz out for the front. Princess Cairo, Hypnocurrency third and fourth. Nice Baby is along the inside trying to advance, scraping the paint in fifth, 4 off the lead. 2 lengths of tail. The tail is off the pace today, and another 2.5 lengths back to Foxy Cara, who is at the back of the pack. Follow Your Arrow leads this group into the turn, has a lead by 3 parts of a length. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me in second. First quarter mile, 22 3/5. Nice Baby along the inside, really nowhere to go in a joint third with Princess Cairo. Tail of the tails in fifth, and a half length back to Foxy Caro. And at the back, that is Hypnocurrency as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Still a battle between Follow Your Arrow and I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Princess Cairo's on the grandstand side as Nice Baby shake it up at the fence, followed up by Foxy Cara's trying to work her way through traffic up into fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. As Foxy Cara is now up into second. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, but it's Foxy Cara. Foxy Cara reeling in. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me for the win. Princess Cairo is third, fourth. Follow Your Arrow. $91.54. Super $62.54. Pick 3, $15.61. Fifth race, Finger Lakes. There are no changes. And they're off. Sluggish start, Keeley Bog. Les Middy's Treasure, one of many, setting out for the lead, but it's Romantic Charmer who gets that lead. Barracuda Bobby outside second. Gattoli races in third. 3 parts of length to Wingo Star in fourth. King Solomon races fifth. Big Ego in some tight quarters towards the inside 6. 5.5 lengths off the lead. Then it's Concrete Kid in seventh. In eighth place, Keeley Bug, who's 2 lengths in front of Les Middy's Treasure in second last, and 6 lengths to Darby Dreams, who's under pressure at the tail of the field. 3 furlongs to go. Romantic Charmer opens up by 2 over Barracuda Bobby, niggled upon to keep up in second. Gattoli races in third, and then it's Big Ego, scrapes the paint in fourth, followed up next by Wingo Star in fifth, 7 lengths off the lead. Concrete Kid is next. Les Middy's Treasure is starting to work his way through traffic in the green cap one from the outside right to the inside there at Barracuda Bobby. 1 furlong to go. And it's Romantic Charmer who has a lead by 3 lengths over Big Ego. Les Middy's Treasure closing in with each and every stride. And look out for Les Middy's Treasure collaring Romantic Charmer for the win. Big Ego gets second, close for third. Wingo Star to the out. Via Vivez, the winning jockey. TLC Thoroughbreds bred Les Middy's Treasure. 620, the winning mutual. Double, $38.28. And they're off. Coming to check a little bit after the start. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me, and Asleep at 8. Stevie Wonderful off the mark nicely. Has a lead by a length over Not For Hire outside in second. Another length to Muscle Shoals in third, who's to the inside of Vino's Valentine in fourth. A length and a half to Cast a Coin in fifth. Asleep at 8 and 6. 6.5 off the lead. 2 lengths to Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me to the outside of God's Angel. That's the 8 of them. About 11 lengths from top to bottom as they go on to the turn. Stevie Wonderful on top by a length. Not For Hire outside in second. Muscle Shows tracks in third. Vino's Valentine fourth. Asleep at 8 trying to get going from the back up into fifth. Passing Cast a Coin. Now up in the fourth. Asleep at 8 but still 6.5 off the lead. Then it's Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me who's in second last as they turn into the stretch. Not For Hire now assumes command over Stevie Wonderful. Muscle Shows towards the inside. Asleep at 8 is outside of him, now up into third. 16th to go. Not For Hire has a big lead. Asleep at 8's up in the second. Late rally from Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me, and Vino's Valentine, but it's Not For Hire is clear and will get the win. Close for second between Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me, and Asleep at 8. Then it was Sense the Witty Mutual, double $28.66, exactly $91.62. Trifecta $102.06. Super $69.73. And they're off. East Coast Girl blazes out for the front end. Squire Creek surging towards the inside in some tight quarters there and will back off East Coast Girl. Scotia Torres in third, 4 lengths off the lead. Then it's Pompous Prince and Without Pretense, fourth and fifth. A length to Puckish, 4 wide 6. Tacony Road is up the inside in 7th and about 10 off the lead, and a length back to Crypto Causeway who trails. First quarter mile on the board, 22 3/5. They're on the turn. East Coast Girl has the lead. Squire Creek now to the outside in second. Scotiatori 3 wide in third. A space of 5 lengths to Puckish in fourth. Without Pretense passing Pompous Prince 5th and 6th. And the back two markers, Crypto Causeway under pressure to the outside of Tacony Road as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and it's East Coast Girl who's the first to face us. Scotiatori gets every chance on the outside second as Squire Creek drops back in third. Puckish stands side fourth. 1 furlong to go. Scotiatori and East Coast Girl, these two face off for the front end. 16th to go. Scotiatori, East Coast Girl. Scotiatori, East Coast Girl. Oh, that's tight. Very exacta trifecta, superfacta wagering. Post time 8th and final, about 21 minutes at 4:38 p.m. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Not the greatest start in the world for Tremendous B. It's Klume who sends out for the lead with Ezra's Jet. They're clear by 3. Looky Here races in third. Grandma GG's in fourth. Tai Rose fifth. Tremendous B on the move 6th. Now up into 5th, 7 lengths off the lead. Taparoos towards the inside and is about 3 lengths in front of the trailer. That is Cozy B. Entry into the turn. Klume clears off by about 5 lengths as it's Looky Here is up the inside into second. Tremendous B continues to improve on the outside third. Now up into second as Ezra's Jet drops back and forth. Grandma GG fifth. Tai Rose deep in the course in 6th. Then it's Taparoo to the outside of Cozy B at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Klume is the first to face us. Tremendous B the favorite to the outside. Looky Here races in third, 3 lengths off the lead. Then it's Grandma GG's in fourth, followed up by Tai Rose and Cozy B. They run to the 16th pole. Here's Grandma GG on the outside. Grandma GG and Looky Here first and second. Here's the winning line. Grandma GG wins over Looky Here. And then it was Tai Rose, the 180. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone and welcome to Finger Lakes. A Monday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 9 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes right now being called fast. That is always subject to change. Track is sealed right now. Looks like there was a little bit of rain overnight. So that's subject to the change. Got about 55 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. First race. Scratch number 3, OP Firecracker. Number 3, OP Firecracker, a scratch from the first. Race number 2. No changes. No changes in races 2, 3, and 4. Skip over to race number 5. I've got to check this scratch myself. And checks out. Scratch number 3, Hazard Pay. Number 3, Hazard Pay, a scratch from the 5th race. Race 6. There are no changes. No changes in race number 6. Race number 7. Scratch number 5, Tap It Easy. Number 5, Tap It Easy is a scratch from the 7th race. A jockey change in number 2, Sway the Jury, to Stephen Frett. Stephen Frett picks up the ride at number 2, Sway the Jury. 8th race. Scratch number 4, Bald Kitten. Number 4, Bald Kitten is a scratch from the 8th race. And the 9th and final. There are no changes. That's a look at the scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Remind everyone that if you are a DRF.com online member, there's free Finger Lakes past performances for you to download. This is for online only. Got to be a DRF.com member, Daily Racing Form, what it stands for. And there are free Finger Lakes past performances today. Got about 53 minutes to race number 1. One other reminder, we got that handicapping contest on track here at Finger Lakes in a couple weeks. Beyond all the Finger Lakes races, at least the first 8. I know for sure. I don't know if we'll run 9 that day. I don't know if they'll all be included, but it's a Finger Lakes centric contest. $1,000 for first, prize money for the top 3. And it's all free as long as you're an Ember Rewards member. That's our rewards program that got a change in name a month or so ago. That's free to join. So that handicapping contest in a couple weeks. As I mentioned, 52 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
Welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. Well, we had some rainy weather. Got a little better weather yesterday. It was a nice day. Great day to have off. Of course, I spent the day moving furniture, but it was still a nice day. It's supposed to rain again the next couple of days. Kind of keep an eye on that today, as there's a good possibility of some rainy weather. We are right now fast. I believe they sealed the racetrack though in anticipation of a possibility of some rain early. Not sure how much it's going to affect the track condition, but as of now I'm going to handicap for a fast racetrack, but I will be mentioning some of the off-track horses as well. Probably change a couple of my picks if it does come up wet. Looking back I mean, you look back on Wednesday. Oh, this seems so long ago, doesn't it? We had such a great race. I mean, how about Sovereignty the other day? Very impressive. Sovereignty is back and back in a big way. Although it's there for the wedding as well. I mean, 2-1 was a big price for that horse. Anyway, going back to Wednesday. Yeah, good days for Kevin Navarro and Cabercoa, both with 2 wins. Of course, Cabercoa just consistently having multiple wins right now, almost dominating because Worry's having a pretty good year as well. Worry's been winning left and right. But Koa lately, he's just on another level. It's kind of like Manny Franco the other day. How about Manny Franco with 6 wins on the card? See if somebody could do that here this year. Worry with he's got a 6-length lead after a couple more wins on Wednesday. You got Ferraro and Engelhardt. That's a little closer race right now, as Ferraro has a 2-win lead over Chris Engelhardt. But that looks like that's going to be a pretty good trainer race throughout the season. Ferraro Jr. and Chris Engelhardt. I believe Ferraro Jr. had 2 wins the other day. I think it was John Buckley was the other one that had 2 wins on the card on Wednesday. John Buckley's been really heating up as well. Him and Navarro have been quite a team, winning a lot of races this year. Our announcer did just mention the handicapping challenge. That'll be our second one. That'll take place on August 24th. We have to have old trainer Jason Gilforti on. He's said if you won the last contest, you could be on the show with me, but I don't know if he hit the board, but I think he was close. So it'll be a lot of fun. We had a pretty good turnout last time for the Handicap Challenge. Free to enter as long as you have the Embers reward card. Used to be the Lucky North, used to be the Player Extras, but I think it all just carries over. Just make sure you have that card and play our contest. It's only a couple weeks away. Man, going back to Wednesday, the other part of Wednesday was, I keep good track of bias at this place. It's how you got to handicap the horses here at Finger Lakes. They're so evenly matched in the conditions. You watch trips and you watch horses that were with or against the racetrack. Well, Wednesday, inside speed was absolutely terrible. So we had a great race. One of them was between Scocciatore and, was it East End Girl? It was 6 furlongs, but, East End Girl was the inside speed. It did come down to a head bob. I was just going to say, great effort by Scocciatore, but also great effort by East End Girl being against the racetrack. We'll have another good feature today. Well, what a great feature we had between those 2 horses the other day. All right, with that said, keep an eye on how the track plays today. There certainly was a factor in the races, our last racing day. First race of 5,000 claimer going to mile 70. Okay, we scratched the 3 OP Firecracker. Yeah, I got a little bit of a price there. Actually, there's a few races today that I got a horse that's got a little bit of value, at least early line. Finalist stretches out to a better distance after a couple sprints and should get the trip. I thought the horse ran phenomenal off the layoff. I mean, talk about a horse running good fresh that's not even running its best distance. It's probably supposed to be a sharpener. I mean, the track was a little tiring that day, so kind of set up for his closing kick. I don't think that was another day, June 2nd, kind of like Wednesday. Those are your note days, really, for closer days. June 2nd was one of them, and whatever was last Wednesday, what was that, the 8th or 9th, 7th or 8th or something like that. We'll have to look at the numbers, but those were the 2 closer days. So finalist was kind of with the racetrack, but I don't want to take anything away from the horse because to win off the layoff and you're a router, that's still a pretty good effort. Well, wasn't as good an effort in the sprint last time. He's not a sprinter. He just, like I said, part of it was the racetrack that day. So he's stretching out to a better distance. This is a beatable field that in this spot. And 11-time winner, I'm going to take him on top. I mean, you got 2 Ferraros in here, and they both play. Originally, I liked Beta better off the last number, but Louis Perez couldn't have gave this horse a better trip. Perfect. I mean, inside was good that day, not bad, and everything worked out as Louis was able to save ground and get up to get the win. He expected against that field he would have won by more with the trip and the good ride that he got, but that's why I wasn't that impressed with the race. Even though this isn't that much tougher in this spot, I thought the other stablemate, Mad Magic, because of the pace scenario, might be the better of the two in a sense that this race, if this race falls apart, depending how good speed is. You got all the speeds on the outside. It's not over yet. Coming out of sprints, expected to go to the front. Retail Man and Mr. Einstein like to be with the race. Beta shouldn't be that far back either. So really the real true closer in the race is the 4, Mad Magic. Now his numbers aren't as good as finalists and betas, but he seems to always fire at the mercy of the pace, and if they back up a little bit, look for this horse to be rolling late. Beta's done nothing wrong. He's only had 2 starts this year and ran good in both of them. Ice Time has turned out to be a better horse than we thought Ice Time was at that time because he came back to win and looked good doing it. And Beta got a real strong challenge from Eric from Miami, who ran a big race, and he was able to hold off that challenge. I liked how the horse dug in last time. I could use any of these 3, and I think it all depends on the pace flow, but I'm going to go 1, 4, 2. I think you got to use all 3 if you're playing pick 5s. I think any of the 3's got a chance to win. All right, second race, a 5,000 claimer going a distance of a mile. Now, Heavensley just seems to have a big class edge on this field. The only thing, I mean, it was a good turf was the only time this horse won, so it's not yet has yet to win on the dirt. But that doesn't mean she's not going to win on the dirt against 5,000 claimers. I mean, this is a much easier race. And the thing is, looking at the dam side, Heaven's Whisper, well, overall was like 14 for 31, and I think only 1 win was on the turf. It was more of a good router on the dirt. So the dirt breeding's there, even though she did win on the turf. Her recent form on the dirt is still good enough to beat $5,000 claimers. But she's got to run her race here. I mean, what did we have? A 1-9 shot the other day, end up not hitting the board in the last race. Looked like the winner. They still have to run the race. So you always say in horse racing, a lot of times it's good. You want to look for some value because of that too. Chardonnay Derby should absolutely love the extra yardage today, going to a mile after a bunch of sprints. I don't know why this horse hasn't gone long yet. Truly bred for the route, and has got nothing but sprints. So it's one of those things. If she does win today for 5, they're probably going to be kicking themselves, saying, "Well, maybe we should put her in 11 if she wins for 5." But she's not. I mean, this is a tough heat for 5,000, especially with Heaven's Lee in here. I like the stretch out. The 380 Tomlinson for the distance. This horse has been begging for some extra yardage. She's going to get it today. I think she's the other one. Candy is Dandy. She drops after running against allowance horses, running against the 11 and 9s, and now finds herself at the bottom. Now, she's not as strongly bred for the route as Chardonnay Derby, so the stretch out might be a little more concerned, but she does have some route experience. She's run okay in the route, and she also has a win on an off track if we do get the rain. So keep that in mind if you're backing Candy is Dandy. La Dynamita, I'm going to use for 4th. The numbers aren't quite there the last couple of starts. But here's the thing. I don't know why they took the blinkers off this horse to begin with. Now the blinker's on. Now, this stable hasn't had the horse long, so I think it was the original. It wasn't the original trainer. Another trainer had this horse in New York or at Gulfstream and ended up taking the blinkers off. Probably not a good idea. And then they changed hands, and they just never. It doesn't look like they changed the blinkers again. They did put the Lasix back into the horse, but adding the blinkers, I think, is going to help La Dynamite. Is it going to help enough to win this race? Maybe, because the last couple of races the numbers are down a little bit, even though she's running in the top 4. Now, the distance is the other part of this. She should be okay going a mile. It seems like that might even be close to her wheelhouse. So we'll see. Will the equipment change make a difference? It might, and I'm going to go with La Dynamita on top. Actually, that is a mistake in the program. It does not put the blinkers on. That's Jason Liam is the one that puts the blinkers on. So I would like, with that said, I would like this horse better with the blinkers on. At least they got the Lasix last time. So La Dynamita is with blinkers on. Gotta make sure I gotta check my eyes. So Jason Liam and La Dynamita blinkers on. So I do like the equipment change on La Dynamita. With that said, I'll go 4-7, 3-2. Trying to get a jelly donut this morning to wake me up a little more. Third race, a 5,000 maiden claimer going 5.5. Man, got a couple first-time starters in here for Aquilano. You got War Runner and Maximum Warrior. I like that name, Maximum Warrior. So I'd say maybe we'll put that one in my top 5 for my favorite names of Finger Lakes. Still got to like, was that Merciless horse and Merciless Enforcer or something like that. And then, of course, Spicy Ticey, now Maximum Warrior. Let's go with it. Does Enmolo want to win? That is the big question. This horse has had no excuse, really. Maybe hanging a little bit. I'd like to see the horse them be a little more aggressive with the horse. They haven't been. And I just don't think he wants to pass horses, at least past the last horse. But from the rail, in a race lacking in any pace, I think they send this horse and he gets the win. Now, I don't know what the connections are going to do. I'm just talking as a handicapper. I like the horse if he is sent. If he's not sent and taken back, he's not going to win. It's that simple. And he'll be a good favorite to beat if that's the case. But there isn't a lot of speed outside him. I expect him to be aggressive with his horse. And the firsters have slow. It looks like they've been working together. They have relatively slow work. So I'm going to go with this one on top. Maximum Warrior, of the two, I mean, it looks like they're pretty equal, the two first-time starters. They've been working together. But this one's a Kentucky bred by Dialed In. I think the original auction price, it didn't sell, but according to my program that I have, it was up for auction for over $140,000 when the horse was a yearling. So no buyers. Did sell for $15,000 as a 2-year-old. So I don't have a problem with him starting for 5 today. First, plus, like I said, it was a Kentucky bred by Dialed In, whose sire averaged around 30,000, I believe. So I'm going to go with this one second. I just don't like anybody else in the race other than Enmolo if Enmolo goes to the front. That's just how I see it. Chicago Charlie, the number's a little inflated on this horse. I mean, you don't have a total reversal of form unless you're against a bad field and you may have liked the sloppy track. So I think the number's inflated. They did go 113 and change. Maybe it was one of those things with the track changing with the rain coming down that the race ended up getting a little bit better graded than it should have been. But it's still a good effort, and at least the horse did show some signs of life. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe the horse might like the off track. Might get it today. Of course, that was in the slot. Yeah, I just don't think. I mean, it's not like this race is that strong either, but I just think he's going to be a little bit over bet because of it. Of course, if Enmolo doesn't have it, and the firster, which is very questionable, whenever you start a firster of 5,000, I don't usually like that, and I usually don't pick them at 5. But you see more and more of that here, and it really doesn't make logical sense to start a horse for 5,000 if you think the horse could win. The 4-horse, Chicago Charlie, the 6 Jamaica Red is really the only other one you can make a strong case for in this race. I mean, switched to Steven a couple races back and then went a mile last time. Actually, lost by double digits, but may have run better going the route. Hard to say. Cuts back in distance, back to 5.5. Has shown, had some troubled trips. If this horse could get a clean trip, gets in the numbers better than the rest of them. It's kind of how you got to look at it. Going to go the 1-5-4-6 in the third. Okay, 4th race. Man, this was the toughest race of the day. Really is. It's a 5,000 claimer, never won 2, going 6 furlongs. And talk about a red flag. I know everybody's going to be all over Match Snell I don't know. You win a maiden special weight, you drop to 5. You say, well, that's a no-brainer. The horse will be 1-5, and you bet the horse. Horse was life and death to win for 1-9 last time, and almost got beat by Concrete Kid, who's a horse that doesn't win. Let's finish the second and third a lot. That's the only reason he won. But he drops off of the win. And again, the time wasn't that fast either. He came home slow, was getting a little tired in 107. There's other speed. Obviously, he's not going to get the lead in those fractions. 23 and 47 for 5.5. Talk about a horse with no excuse that shouldn't have won, and at 1-9 was lucky to win. Disco Dancer's the speed. Western Wolf's got a little speed too, so he's going to have to stalk today and just try to see if he's better than these. And he might have a bounce back effort that's better than that one. And dropping to 5, you got to play him. These are the type of favorites you bet against or pick against in my case. And I was between Ragtime Prankster or Renew the Blue, which one to put ahead of them. I kind of like them both in a sense, but I got to stick with Ragtime Prankster because I liked the horse last time. And every time that happens, when I like a horse that's a little bit of a price, they don't win. A lot of times they come back and win. I think that Tasso claim, that Sir Cartwright horse did that to me. And this horse got off slow last time as well, and just missed for 5,000 the race before. I like the move here to go to 6 furlongs. He's got his only win was at the distance, and again broke badly. And you look at the breeding; it's better breeding than the rest of this field. You got a McLean's Music. You're out of a Dam by Broken Vows. That's off track. There's some things to like with Ragtime Prankster to give Donna Beretta her first win. I can't fall into the trap of betting Match Snell to 1-5. If he wins, he wins. I don't. Obviously, he's a horse. I can't leave him out. Dropping to 5 for against maiden special weights, but hard to love him at a short price either. Renew the Blue takes not as big a drop, dropping from the 11-9. Was in for the waiver claim, but now after a good 4th place finish, drops to 5 and comes out of a good race. My Sugar Daddy, Play Flattery, and the horse that was 3rd did come back to win. Of course, you got to be careful with that because the horse True Violence came back to win because he went long, and it's a route horse. That's why I always have an issue with key races. Somebody says, hey, it's a key race, you got to bet this horse. You got to look a little bit closer when you look at key races. Sometimes they drop in class to 5, or they go to a better distance, or they just simply catch an easier field. Always do that little extra homework to win that little extra money. Remember that. 5th race, we had a late scratch of the 3, Hazard Pay. Should get Hazard Pay because it's so hot in here. That one's out. Takes a little of the speed out of the race. There's still some speed. There's going to need to be for the top 2 horses I got. I mean, you got Nurse Bunny, who's a true closer in here, and she's just better than these horses, dropping to 5,000. She hit the board a couple times. In one of those races, a 5.5 off the layoff, ran big. Next race, she didn't get a pace. Last time, she didn't fire at all. So now she drops to 5, stays in the Never Won 3, but at a reduced level. And it does look like she has a chance to get some pace in here at 6 furlongs. Went with her on top. Valentine Gift, very logical horse. She dropped last time, and T.D. McGee's a legitimate horse in the condition. Keep in mind, T.D. McGee dropped down in class to break her maiden for 5,000. She stayed at 5,000 and won again to beat Valentine Gift. So she might be better than a $5,000 horse is the point. And Valentine Gift, when she dropped to 5, just missed against T.D. McGee. This could be a better distance for Valentine Gift as well, going from 5.5 to 6 furlongs. Both of her career wins have come at 3/4. Go this one second. Well, if you're backing Oli in My Dreams, you got to forgive the last effort. May not be easy to do because she ran so badly, but there could be some variables to it. She was in a tougher condition than 1 in 6 months, and she goes back to the straight 3 lifetime here. Her race before against the 3 lifetimes was really good. I know it's a tougher race, but I don't know how much you can excuse the last race. You have to if you're backing her, and she doesn't need the lead. She's got speed, but she's a very versatile horse. I got her for third. I mean, she's got to bounce back from that effort. Call Me Penny's dropping in class, and she's got to be tough at 5,000. She had 3 straight fourths going against the 11 and 9s. She draws the rail. Again, inside speed was terrible on Wednesday. So some of these inside horses I'm taking, keep that in mind as you watch the races throughout the day. It should be a lot tighter, all the rain that we've gotten. I'm going to go with the 2-8-6-1 in the 5th. Okay, we got a maiden race for the 6th race. It is for fillies and mares going 6 furlongs. Yeah, I mean, this is a tricky race. I got a horse coming off the turf because the horse isn't even bred for the turf. Anna Brocknana, horse by Central Banker. Now, some of them have run on the turf. I mean, with New York bred, sometimes it doesn't matter because there's only a few that are really strongly bred for the turf. You notice that when you watch those Saratoga turf races, you look at the breeding, there's very few that have, the Spirit of St. Louis obviously is a real good one. That's a New York bred, but there's really not a lot of strong breeding for the turf, as you'll see with some of the Irish breds or the Kentucky breds, but this one in particular is not bred at all, and she did show good speed in her debut on the turf before just getting a little bit tired. I mean, and then she's chasing a 21 last time on the turf. She's coming out of some really, really quick turf races. And I think she's actually going to like the dirt better. I mean, we'll see. I mean, breeding doesn't always come into play. The trainer before obviously may have seen something that made them think that the horse would like the turf better and might be right. If that's the case, she might be in trouble here. Keep in mind, she got the lead in 21 and 44 in her first start. She had a 10 post when she was chasing a 21 in her second start. She's just coming out of really, really quick races. I don't think they'll go 21 in this race unless she decides to go 21. Go with her on top. Ames obviously plays. She's the logical horse in here. Only one start off of a long layoff, and now comes down the road here to face our maiden special weights. The question is, did she need the race? I mean, all of her other starts were as a 2-year-old. That was her first start as a 3-year-old, and she had to face older horses. She's chasing a 21 and 44 in that race. She could be any kind. Some of these run happies are like that. Some of them run great, some of them don't. I mean, that's just the way it is. But Ames I'll use for second. For third, I'll go with a horse that took a lot of money in her debut. She's very well bred. Talking about American Purple. American Purple went off something like 8-5 in her debut. Granted, it wasn't the strongest of special weight field. I think who was the recorded time who's in this race was like 30-something to 1 that ran second. So there were some prices in there, mainly because she was a little bit of a disappointment. Well, she adds Lasix, stays at the special weight level. I think that's big for connections that don't mind dropping horses. And she's got the jockey that's been the hottest over the last couple weeks. So there's a lot to like with American Purple. I went with a 5, 3, 2, and 4. Enterprisingly, the morning line favorite. She's always right there, but she's cutting back in distance to 3/4, see if she runs just as well. All right. We go to the 7th race. It is a never won two $5,000 claimer. I think this was a division. I think they split this one. We scratched the 5, Tap It Easy. I think the horse off the maiden, all he's got to do is repeat that race. And the race at Belterra. I'm talking about Lily's Army. The race is good enough numbers-wise to beat a pretty slow group here. And that's the question, though. Whenever they come in here from another track, can they repeat that effort? Well, he started off his career against a really tough group of 2-year-olds at Keeneland. You look at that race, and you don't hold it against them, basically, because it's his debut. And when you're talking about 2-year-old maiden special weights at Keeneland, you're talking about possible Triple Crown type horses that you're in against. So he came back off the layoff for a lot cheaper, and it was a long layoff, and won. He could run better off of that race. I like his chances in my former co-host Jackie Davis will be aboard, looking to get the win. Should be awfully tough. The 7 is Winston D. Looks like the main threat to Lily's Army. If somebody's going to beat him, it's probably this one. When you look at the form on him, he got the lead against 5,000 maidens in the slop and kept going. Can he get the lead in here? I guess that's the question. There isn't a lot of speed in this particular race, and I think if he does, he's the other one. And there's a good chance that he's at least going to be on the front line. You got a really good jockey in Christopher Elliott. The 3 Army Proud, he dropped and popped, so he might be better than what he looks on paper for 5,000 because he was running against maiden special weight type horses and maiden claimers in New York. The last race wasn't good though. That was the first time against winners. They bet him a little bit and just didn't fire. Can you forgive that effort? Well, his only other start at the price he won. So if you do, you can use Army Proud. I think a lot of our military guys are just going to be betting this horse just because. All right, last race. Scratch the 4, Bald Kitten. Looks like it was just a filler anyway. Still a good race. It just depends on how the pace flow goes. Because, as you know, I always liked Honorable Becky. I remember her when she was just starting out as a 2-year-old here at Finger Lakes, and she had such an impressive effort. I think Jackie Davis rode her that day. I think it was her first career start. They tried her in the minor stakes race. She's a Stone Cold Fox Stakes, and she ran pretty well. I mean, her biggest issue, at least what I've seen from her here, she doesn't always break that well. And that is an issue, the tougher fields that you have to go up against. Now, this is an easier field of allowance horses than the last couple starts. I think that plays to her advantage here. And if she could get a pace, I like her chances to close late. But she's got to get out of the gate. If she continues to break badly, if she breaks badly again today, she might not be able to make up the ground against a pretty good field. But at 5-1, I'm willing to take that risk. Got to get out of the gate. Good Mission is the speed of the speed. And she doesn't even need the lead if she doesn't want it. She has run a few times this year and hasn't run a bad race. Things haven't really gone her way. She seems to be better. Most of the wins that she's had have been on the front end. And there's other speed in here. You got Back to Cali inside of her, and Warrior Bunny Z looks like she's got some speed too. But Good Mission at 5.5 furlongs. It's got to be around at this level against these other allowance horses. Because I just think it's a softer spot of 2 lifetime allowance horses. My First Dina is the morning line favorite and figures to take a lot of money. It's just my only knock on this horse is she's just not bred for dirt. I mean, she is strongly, and I mean strongly bred for the turf. And the messed up thing about that is she's never run on the turf. Just wondering why she hasn't. It's the Have to Lover's Key, who was a stakes winner on the turf. All the breeding hints turf on this horse. And her only win in that main special weight was in the slop. Well, can she win on a fast dirt track? Well, she may not have to, because there is a chance that we will get some rain today. And I think with the off track, that steps this one up. And then, you know, maybe she does deserve the short price, but we'll see. I mean, we can always run the race on the infield too. But I believe we're off the turf today here at Finger Lakes. All right, 9th race. Maiden race that goes a route, 1.70 miles. Little bit of a price in here. I mean, the first thing you look at when you look at this last race, 2 horses, kind of the 2 new faces, they really stand out compared to our horses that have been running in the maiden special weights. Talking about Richie's Love, but the question is going to be the distance with Richie's Love. Obvious horse with the races he comes out of. And then the other one, he's had a lot of chances, is Baby Meanie. But here's another one that has got Kitten's Joy on the dam side. It's another one that's really strongly bred for the turf. And I noticed early in his career, they were running the horse on the turf. It's had 3 turf starts. Just didn't run well on it, so maybe that's why the horse has run on the dirt ever since. He's also not really bred that strongly for the route. But one thing you say, he's bred better and has run better than this field. So that is key for me with Baby Meanie. And the difference between Baby Meanie and Richie's Love is the fact that he does have route experience where Richie Love doesn't. And I thought these were the main two contenders in the last race. Yeah, Richie's Love, the question is only going to be the distance. Now, one thing about this trainer, and I'm not sure if he wants to use this horse going from New York to here, does that count in his percentages, but he's really good on the stretch out. 5 for 19, that's over 25%, 26% on the stretch out. Now, the only other issue with Richie's Love in this spot is you got to expect this horse to show some speed stretching out, so which means he's going to have to deal with Wisecracker, and Wisecracker really threw it down last time to take out the other speed, took himself out in the process. So I'm not so sure Wisecracker is going to come out with the same tactics as he did last time because it worked out so horribly. So not sure if he's going to go out there with Richie's Love. If he doesn't, Raylu might find himself with a clear, easy lead. The 4-horse Busy, Busy, Busy looks like he's a good horse to use underneath because he runs third and fourth, and it's not like he's been that close running third or fourth the last few starts. But those numbers in those races are simply better than everybody else's in here. Like maybe you could make a case for Tony Hooks. I know he's got low odds early. He did run pretty well his first race over the track against maiden special weights, the addition of blinkers. But he also had an easy lead, which he's not going to get today. But maybe that could work out. Maybe you could get an outside stalking trip and get a piece as well. I think that's the other one that you got to consider using in today's last race. Well, I can't pick them all. You'd like to. Here, let's pick all 8 horses. And although that's when you're playing pick 4s or pick 5s, you have the all button. A lot of times that works out. Anyway, enjoy today's card. Again, keep an eye on the weather because it really will affect how this racetrack is and how it plays if we do get an off track for today's festivities. Hopefully it holds off. Seems to be some nice weather. It was yesterday. We continue live racing Monday through Wednesday. Next live day will be tomorrow with the 12:55 first post, and I will see you then.
Horses coming on the track. First race here at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Finalist and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 2, Beta, Luis Perez. Number 4, Mad Magic, Gaber Koa, partners up. Number 5, Mr. Einstein, Jackie Davis. Number 6, Retail Man and Oscar Gomez. And number 7, It's Not Over Yet, with Joel Cruz in the irons. Post time in just a few minutes. Reminder that if you are in the market for some online Finger Lakes past performances, if you go to drf.com, it's short for Daily Racing Form, as I'm sure most of you know, you can get free Monday past performances for Finger Lakes. It's online only. You got to be a drf.com member. But those past performances are free today, online only. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the first race at Finger Lakes, first of 9 races. On a Monday, track is fast. Track was sealed for a bit, but opened up before this first race. 4-5 favorite number 2, Beta. 5-2 number 1 finalist. Retail Man, it's not over yet. Still trying with Retail Man. Even money on Beta, 5-2 on finalist, 3-1 on Mad Magic. Retail Man goes in. It's not over yet to the outside. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Great start for It's Not Over Yet, who wastes no time and is able to cross and clear at once. Finalist is in second. Beta races in third. Couple lengths back. Mr. Einstein in fourth. And then in fifth, that's Mad Magic. Retail Man to the back of the pack. And about 12 lengths off the lead. 6.5 furlongs to go. It's Not Over Yet. Opens up by 6 lengths. Finalist stalks in second. Beta races in third. Mr. Einstein, Green Cap in fourth. Mad Magic, Pink Blinkers in fifth, and about 12 lengths off the lead. And 3 lengths to the trailer. Retail Man, first quarter mile, 23 3/5. It's Not Over Yet up the backstretch. Has the lead by about 8 lengths. Over finalist. Beta kicks on through towards his inside. They're now in a joint second. A space of 3.5 lengths to Mad Magic in fourth. And then in fifth, that is Mr. Einstein, who's about 4 lengths in front of Retail Man at the tail of the field. The half in 47 1/5, 3 furlongs to go. It's not over yet. The lead has been reduced to 3.5 lengths. Beta in pursuit in second. Finalists under a drive in third and 9 lengths off the lead. Then it's Mad Magic, Retail Man, saving ground and advancing up the inside into the top 3, but still a distant third at this point in time as they reach the top of the stretch. It's Not Over Yet, leads by 2. Beta comes to tackle outside second. Retail Man now drawing closer third and has inside passage if good enough. Mad Magic's on the grandstand side. It's Not Over Yet, has fatigued. It's Beta, Retail Man, and Mad Magic. These 3 in a dash for the finish line. Beta, Mad Magic, Mad Magic. Think gets there over Beta than it was Retail Man, and It's Not Over Yet. Number 4, Mad Magic first. Second, number 2, Beta. Third, number 6, Retail Man. Fourth, number 7, It's Not Over Yet. Coming back to the winner's circle, number 4, Mad Magic. Kentucky bred 7-year-old chestnut gelding by Munnings out of Cool and Stormy. Saul Kupperberg is the owner. Michael Ferrero, the trainer. Caper Koa, the winning jockey. Colts LLC, bred Mad Magic. $11.46 the winning mutual, exacta $26.20, trifecta $19.39, dime super $12.44. Race number 2 from Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering, post time race 2 in about 24 minutes at 1:30 p.m. Late scratch, fifth race, scratch number 2, Nurse Bunny. Fifth race, scratch number 2, Nurse Bunny.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 2, and it was dominated by Ferraro in the first. It was Mad Magic getting Koa today and was able to run down Beta, who was trying to chase down the speed after it's not over yet. Really laid down the gauntlet in that race, but that's kind of pace that Mad Magic needs, and he was able to just get up to get the victory. A little value at odds of 9-2. The second race is a 5,000 claimer going a mile. Never won 2 condition for fillies and mares. Start off with the 4 Heavens Lee. Tricky read because she's such a significant drop in class, dropping all the way from 25,000 down to 5. And on paper, it looks like the winner. I mean, what can you say? I mean, her only win was on the turf. There are a couple negatives. She's never won on the dirt, but does have some good dirt breeding, especially on the dam side. Talk about Heaven's Whisper was really good on the dirt during her career. So 14 for 31 overall, 13 of those wins were on the dirt. So Heaven's Lee, logical horse on paper, but it is kind of a scary drop. Now Chardonnay Derby also makes a drop and is very well bred for the distance. That's the thing with Chardonnay Derby. She came up with a good number for the route, and the drop in class certainly helped. She ran second going 3/4, and that was her first start over the track. That's at 11-9. You would think that she'd be very competitive, dropping down to 5,000 today, especially if she can get that extra distance, which the breeding says that she should have no problem with that. The 3 is Candy is Dandy. Candy is Dandy comes off the board finish, so she'll drop again to 5,000. This is the second drop in as many starts for Candy is Dandy, who is running okay in mile races against allowance horses. So maybe the stretch out here back to a mile and the drop in class to 5 could liven this horse up. I mean, you look at the breeding, it's outstanding. I mean, she's out of a dam by Bridled Song. Always like the Unbridled Song. It's an Ontario bred. But, yeah, I would think that at this level, this might even be a better distance for her. She plays. The 2-horse La Dynamita,
yeah, I didn't know what to do with this horse. I mean, it's good that they're putting the blinkers back on. They ran a couple top 4 finishes, and she got some more route experience last time. Last 2 route attempts here, she one of them here, she ran third in both of them. So we'll see. She puts the blinkers back on, and I think that's going to be a good angle because her best race was her maiden victory at Tampa with the blinkers. So La Dynamita always got to respect this barn because they win at a high percentage. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. Got about 10 minutes to post.
Fillies and Mares are coming on the track for race number 2. Number 1 is Jason Liam and GM Rahina. Number 2, La Dinamita, Andre Worry. Number 3, Kendi is Dandy and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 4, Heavens Lee, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 5, Lucky and Gorgeous, Chris Russell. Number 6, Flying Phoebe, Joel Cruz. And number 7 is Chardonnay Derby and Oscar Gomez. Post time in a few. Approaching the gate, race 2 at Finger Lakes. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate, race 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 to go a mile, Fillies and Mares. 1 to 2 on number 4, Heavens Lee. Another reminder, free pass performances online for Finger Lakes at drf.com. Just got to be a member to access those free PPs today. Got a big favorite in race 2, number 4, Heavens Lee. Last raced at Saratoga. First time here at Finger Lakes for Heavens Lee. Candy is Dandy. Heavens Lee. Lucky and Gorgeous. Flying Phoebe, second last into line, and Chardonnay Derby to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Candy is Dandy, La Dinamita. These two setting out for the lead, joined by Flying Phoebe on the outside, as it's Jason Liam who hugs the inside and is able to squeeze through at the fence to get up into a co-leading position. So it's Jason Liam and La Dinamita first and second. Candy is Dandy, 3 wide third, then a couple lengths back. Heavens Lee emerges in fourth. Flying Phoebe, 3 wide fifth. Lucky and Gorgeous second last, and a length and a half back to Chardonnay Derby, who's at the back of the pack and about 8.5 lengths off the lead. La Dinamita up the backstretch has a lead by 3 parts of a length. Candy is Dandy outside in second, as it's Jace and Liam towards the inside in third. A length and a half back to Flying Phoebe in fourth, to the outside of Heavens Lee in fifth. Those two about 3 off the pace. 3 more lengths back to Lucky and Gorgeous, who's a half length in front of Chardonnay Derby at the back. The half was in 48 3/5. Onto the far turn. La Dinamita spurts clear. La Dinamita has a lead by 3 open lengths. Flying Phoebe is 3 wide. Jason Liam comes back in the white blinkers to reclaim second. Candy is Dandy's in between horses. And then it's Heavens Lee towards the rail. Lucky and Gorgeous takes the overland route. And at the back, Chardonnay Derby, but you're still trying to catch up with La Dinamita, who comes off the turn leading by 3. Jason Liam wide for the stretch drive in second, and then it's Heavens Lee up the inside in third. Fourth place is Lucky and Gorgeous, and now it's Jason Liam who has headed La Dinamita. A late second rally from Lucky and Gorgeous on the outside, but it's Jason Liam in front. Lucky and Gorgeous second, La Dinamita third, fourth, Chardonnay Derby. 152 and a photo for fourth. Number 1, Jason Liam first. Time for the mile, 142.48. One 527. To the winner's circle, number 1, Jason Liam. Kentucky bred 5-year-old bay mare by Union Rags out of Nickel. Sheila Engelhart, the owner. Chris Engelhart, the trainer. GM Rohina, the winning jockey. Rigney Racing bred Jason Liam. Super, $206.20 for a dime winning combination 1527, double 97.30. Exacta, $272.40. Trifecta, $267.15. Onward to race 3 from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Daily double, pick 4 wagering. Post time race 3 in 22 minutes at 2:03 p.m.
All right, coming up on race number 3, and that was Jason Lehman. Liam's second start off of that long layoff for Chris and Jeff Engelhardt gets the victory, and man, that just came rolling. They did seem to come home slow, but I think they probably really needed the last race. So you saw the real Jason Liam today. She was kind of more of an underneath horse in the past. She was 1 for 21, but today was her day. Good job by Jose Rohina getting the victory for Chris Engelhardt. We go to the third, and in this third race, kind of narrow it down. I mean, Ann Mello, 3 straight top 3 finishes, knocking at the door clearly, but does he want to break through? Does he want to pass horses? Might be able to avoid that with a lack of pace in here and draw on the rail. I could see this horse going right to the front end because there really is a true lack of pace in here, and that will be to the advantage of Ann Molo. Probably a now or never type situation, depending on what these firsters are. I was looking at more. Aquilano's got 2 of them in here. I was looking more at the Kentucky bred. It looks like they both worked about the same, worked together. But Maximum Warrior has a little better of the breeding. This is a half to My Johnny Be Good, who was 3rd in a grade 3. They paid $15,000 for this one as a 2-year-old. Again, works are on the slow side. Of course, so are the other firster, War Runner, who's by War Dancer. Both of them are pretty good sires. So one's a dialed in who's been going for over 30. War Dancer, another good sire. But I would say the Kentucky bred probably a little bit stronger on the breeding. It does seem like both of them are getting some play. Right now, the 2, War Runner, is the lower of the 2. This is the second full of that dam. That's the first to race. The dam did well on an off track, so that was one of the reasons I was looking at this horse earlier. Got some pretty good off track breeding, but it seems like the rain's going to hold off till after this race. The 4 horses, Chicago Charlie, might be a little dressed up in this race off of the last start. It was kind of a soft group that Hamilton's Reason was just too good for that field. Really, the top 2 finishers laid over the field, and Chicago's Charlie just kind of beat the rest of them. Well, the other 2, well, at least Hamilton's Reason moves on, and I'm Gunna's not in this race. So that's good news for Chicago Charlie. But again, if you take the first 2 out of that race, the race was really, really weak. So there's only one other horse that could have beat him. They did go 23 and 46, and he was close up with that pace. But maybe he's on the improve, and let's see if he can move forward from that race. He's now at age 5 and still a maiden, but maybe an underneath type that you could use in your tries and super. Well, that's some of the contenders for the third Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and pick 4 starts in race number 3.
On the track, third race here at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Anmolo and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 2 is War Runner, Joel Cruz. Well, everyone's out of order here. Post time for race number 3 in just a few minutes. approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Maiden claimers to go 5.5, 3 to 5, number 1 and Molo. War Runner into line. Maximum Warrior. Jamaica Red. Roll of the Soul. They're all in the gate and they're off. It's Last Vintage setting out for the lead, but it's Amolo who gets that early lead. Chicago Charlie splitting rivals, now up into a joint second with Maximum Warrior. Roll of the Soul, Last Vintage, fourth and fifth. 3 lengths back to Jamaica Red in second last, and 2 lengths to the trailer, and that is War Runner as they make the entry into the turn, and Molo clears off by a length and a half. Chicago Charlie in pursuit in second. Maximum Warrior outside of him. 3 lengths to Roll the Souls, a half length in front of Last Vintage. As it's Jamaica Red who circles up on the outside, now able to split rivals. And going with that one is War Runner. Those two about 5 or 6 lengths off the lead as they reach the top of the stretch. And Molo stretches the lead out to about 5. Over Jamaica Red is on the outside. War Runner's at the fence. A few more lengths back to the others, including Maximum Warrior. 16th to go, and Molo leads by 3 lengths over Jamaica Red in second. War Runner third. It's the 6 to 5 favorite, and Molo victorious over Jamaica Red, and then it was War Runner and Maximum Warrior. Third race official, $4.48 the winning mutual. Back to the winner's circle, number 1, and Molo. New York bred, 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Snow Trouble at a physical delivery. Angel Montañez is the owner. Nurka Huertas is the trainer. Emmanuel de Diego, the winning jockey. Angel Montañez, also the breeder of Animolo. Double $49.04, exacta $21.50. Trifecta $41.24. Dime Super $28.83. Fourth race at Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time race 4 in about 20 minutes at 2:33 p.m.
Okay, getting ready for race number 4, and yeah, lack of pace and just as the inside speed, and Molo was able to get it done today after being knocking at the door for 3 straight races. The Barber Emmanuel Di Diego, the E-Man, gets it done for Nurka Huertas, and Molo wins race number 3. We go to the 4th. Remember, we had 9 races on the card, so we just have a pick 3 here. The pick 5, the second pick 5, will start in race number 5. This is an interesting race because the red flags are up. I figured Matt Schnell to be a favorite again. Right now at 3-2, he's not as heavily bet as last time. Although class-wise, you think that he should be. He's dropping off of a victory. I mean, it was a hard-fought victory against the maiden special weights at 5.5. It was an unimpressive run that Concrete Kid almost beat him. And Concrete Kid is a horse that finishes second and third a lot against those special weights. Well-bred horse by Army Mule, but this is one of those, man, you either love them or you hate them. You either want to single them in your pick 5 or you just completely toss them. And that's the thing with Matt Schnell. I mean, the last race, the Jeremiah Engelhart horse ran very well. This one, I don't know. It's hard not to use him in the top 3. He's obviously going to be no surprise when you're dropping off a victory against maiden special weights and you're running the 2 lifetime 5. But the number last time wasn't that good. So maybe that's, if he repeats that number, not a lot of activity since the last race either. The 3, I used him second because of that. I took a shot at a little bit of a price in here. I liked this horse last time, and I'm going to come back with him because I think he's got a big chance if he can get the trip. I'm talking about the 1, Ragtime Prankster. This one was running against the 11 and 9s, dropped to 5, and he ran better than I thought he would. He didn't have a great trip on July 13th, and he still just missed against a similar field. The winner got a perfect trip. The next start, same thing. He did not break well at all. The pace didn't back up. Western Wolf got the lead. Swift Bank tracked, and they ran 1-2. Ragtime Prankster tried to come from out of it and still beat the rest of them. So now goes back to 6 furlongs, which was the race he ran the best. His only win was at 3/4. I give him a big chance in here at 6-1. I'm going to use him on top for a little bit of a price. I don't trust the move by Matt Schnell in this race. The 7, Renew the Blue, makes a little more sense with the dropping from 11 to 5. Was 38-1 last time. Outran his odds to run 4th against a pretty good field. True Violence, the horse that was 3rd, stretched out in distance and won. I guess that doesn't really mean anything because he's going to be better going long. But it still was a better race overall than this one. The drop in class has certainly got to help. Hard not to see him in the mix here. Western Wolf's the other speed. It does look like Disco Dancer is the speed of the speed. I'd expect the 2 to get the lead. And the 3 and the 6 got to act accordingly around close up with the 2. So Western Wolf won't have the easy lead he had last time. But he's got to go a little further, so he's not going to be that aggressive in here. And he's another one. His only career win came at 3/4, although it wasn't here at Finger Lakes. So it would be no surprise, but he's going to have to wear down Disco Dancer, who appears to be the early pace of race number 4. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts with this race. You got about 6 minutes to post.
Horses coming on the track, race 4 from Finger Lakes. Number 1, Ragtime Prankster, John Barrios. Number 2 is Disco Dancer, Oscar Gomez. Number 3 is Mock Schnell, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 4, Wit Dashing Speed, Stephen Frett. Number 5 is Midnight Musume, Jeremiah Flores. Number 6 is Western Wolf, Joel Cruz. And number 7, Renew the Blue, Jackie Davis. Post time in a few. Approach the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 to go 6 furlongs. Even money number 3, Mock Schnell. Won a maiden special weight race. Now in for a claiming tag. 2-1, number 7, Renew the Blue. Making a drop down in claiming price. With Dashing Speed going up and in. Midnight Musume. Western Wolf. And Renew the Blue. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Renew the Blue, Mock Schnell, Disco Dancer. It's Mock Schnell with the lead. Disco Dancer races in second. Western Wolf in the red blinkers outside in third. Midnight Musume is in fourth. Ragtime Prankster advancing up the inside, up into the top 4. Outside of him is Wit Dashing Speed, and then about 4 lengths to Renew the Blue, who's in the 7th and trailing position. Disco Dancer, Mock Schnell first and second. Ragtime Prankster in some tight quarters in a joint third with Western Wolf. Then a length and a half back to Midnight Musume. Wit Dashing Speed shuffle back to second last, and 3 lengths back to Renew the Blue, who's in the 7th and trailing position. 2.5 furlongs to go. Disco Dancer, Mock Schnell first and second. Western Wolf ranges up to the outside third. Ragtime Prankster races fourth. Midnight Musume is in fifth as they turn into the stretch. Disco Dancer has shrugged off Mock Schnell, who drops back suddenly. Ragtime Prankster is a clear-cut second. Western Wolf outside in third. Then it's Wit Dashing Speed as they run to the 16th pole. Disco Dancer has built up a 7-length lead past the 16th pole. No slowing down today for Disco Dancer. Ragtime Prankster second. Renew the Blue third. Wit Dashing Speed fourth. Two, 1, 7, 4. Number 2, Disco Dancer first. Fourth race official, $20.90 the winning mutual, double $52.56, exacta $69.48. Dime super, $113.83. Trifecta, $41.49. And the pick three, $177.25. The winner's circle number two, Disco Dancer. New York bred, 5-year-old Great Gelding by Disco Partner out of Vulture. Chauncey Cole III, owner breeder, Matthew Clark the trainer, Oscar Gomez the winning jockey. Fifth race at Finger Lakes, scratch number 2 Nurse Bunny, scratch number 3 Hazard Pay. Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, 8 pick 5 wagering, post time in about 21 minutes at 3:05 p.m. Find a reminder that if you have a DRF.com account, Daily Racing Form, what it stands for, as most of you probably already know. There's free pass performances for today's card. We still got over half the card left. Just got to be a DRF.com member. And this is only for online pass performances. So download them. If you're bored, get involved in the Monday card here at Finger Lakes.
All right, getting ready for race number 5, and yeah, Disco Dancer was able to take over as Matt Schnell not firing today. Disco Dancer, ridden by Oscar Gomez for Matt Clark to start off the pick 3, goes off at odds of 9-1, little value, especially if you're playing pick 5s. But there some pretty good will pays going into this race. We did get it was a relatively late scratch of the 2, Nurse Bunny, just happened. Probably after the first race. Also scratched the 3, Hazard Pay. Changes the race a little bit. You got to figure Nurse Bunny was going to be around at 5,000. But still a lot of pace in here. My original top choice was Nurse Bunny, so now I'll have Valentine's Gift. Valentine's Gift ran second last time for 5,000 to TD McGee, and TD McGee was a legitimate horse in the condition, had dropped to 5 to break his maiden, and stayed at the 5,000 level, and just beat her at 5.5. She seems to be better at 6 furlongs anyway, so she's both her career wins have been at 3/4. She certainly would be one of the major players here. Right now, she's a favorite on the board at odds of 8-5. Only in My Dreams could have a bounce back effort. She was entered in the 1 in 6 months condition last time, got bet off a good second place run when dropping to 5,000, and just didn't fire at all. So if you could draw a line through that last race and forgive that last race, you could play her today, although she ran pretty good in the straight 3 lifetime last time she was in it behind Blue Eyed Scout. Obvious player if you could forgive the last race. A lot of people aren't. That's why she's at odds of 9-1. Really tricky read because she ran so poorly last time. The other one that's very logical in here is the 1, Call Me Penny, because she does take a drop to 5,000. This looks like a good level for her. She's been getting beat, but getting beat less than double digits for 11-9. That should put her right there for 5,000. And she's got some tactical speed from the inside. Would be no surprise if this one would be able to get the jump on this field and get the victory. So those some of the contenders for the 5th. Remember, we start the late pick 5 with this race with a 9-race card. We do scratch the 2, Nurse Bunny, and the 3, Hazard Pay.
Fillies and Mares coming on the track. Fifth race at Finger Lakes. Scratch the 2 and 3. Number 1 is Call Me Penny and Oscar Gomez. Number 4, Change Order, Nasario Alvarado up. Number 5, Teresa. With jockey John Barrios. Number 6, Only in My Dreams, Joel Cruz. Number 7 is Jetador and Andre Worry. Number 8, Valentine Gift, Michael De Villa Jr. And number 9, Pesadilla Chanel, Ramon Mulero, the rider. Post time in just a few. approach of the gate here at Finger Lakes for race number 5. And the fillies and mares have reached the starting gate, race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Down to a field of 7 fillies and mares to go 6 furlongs. Two to one on both the 5, Teresa, and the 8, Valentine Gift. Loading up race number 5. Start of the late pick 5. Jet to Door. Valentine Gift. Pesadilla Chanel. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Pesadilla Chanel with a flyer from the gate and goes out for the early lead. Call Me Penny's up the inside. Second, Valentine Gifts in third. Change orders in fourth. Half length back, Jet to Door. Mid-flight in fifth. Pass by Teresa, who's going from 6 up into fourth. Only in My Dreams at the back of the pack, and deep on the course and about 8 lengths off the lead. Pesadilla Chanel leads this group. Into the turn, the lead's a length and a half. Call Me Penny towards the rail. Valentine Gift on her outside. Only in My Dreams with a middle rally up into fourth. Passing Teresa, who is a little bit rank in fifth. Then it's Jet to Door second last in 2 lengths to Change Order, who's at the back of the pack. Pesadilla Chanel leaves the rail open for Call Me Penny, who fires right on through, and Call Me Penny takes over the lead. Pesadilla Chanel's in second, then in third, Valentine Gift, but many lengths off the lead. And then it's Only in My Dreams in fourth, Change Order towards the fence in fifth, 1 furlong to go. Call Me Penny has a lead by 4 lengths over Pesadilla Chanel, who's chasing but not catching. Valentine Gift on the outside, up into second. It's Call Me Penny, give jockey Oscar Gomez a riding double. Valentine Gift gets second over Pesadilla Chanel. Then it was Change Order fourth. 1894 in race 5 from Finger Lakes. Call Me Penny, Kentucky bred, 7-year-old chestnut mare by First Samurai out of Exposure. Go to Toga Racing, owner breeder Rachel Sells, the trainer, and Oscar Gomez with a riding double today. $14.38 the winning mutual. Daily double $154.28. Exacta $53.34. Trifecta $54.97. Dime Super $36.05. Pick 5 of 5. $22,130 and a meaningless 48 cents. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. No changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time in 19 minutes at 3:35 p.m.
All right, we get to race number 6. Pretty good value on Call Me Penny on the drop in class. She was running fourth for 11, drops to 5, and that was enough that she could get up the rail under Oscar Gomez and get the victory for Rachel Sells over favored Valentine Gift. All right, we go to the 6. Remember, 9 races, got a lot of action left, so that means the late pick 4 starts with this race. It's a maiden race for fillies and mares going 6 furlongs. We'll look at some of the participants. You got the 5, Anna Brocknana, who's not getting much for play at 6 to 1. Kind of an interesting play because she comes out of some fast races, but they're on the turf. She was on the lead at 21 and 44 in her first start and actually ran very well. She didn't fade all that badly. Last time from a 10 post, she was forced to chase from the outside after a 21 and 45. I would say that if she runs those races on the turf, on the dirt, she could find herself on the lead as far as she goes for 6 furlongs. And the other thing that I liked about Anna Brocknana, she didn't have a very high number as far as breeding on the turf. So she should be just as good on the dirt. See if she can run that fast on the dirt. She could be a strong player in here, and she's not at this time at 6 to 1. Ames is the one getting most of the play, and not a surprise that that's happening. She also was chasing a 44 last time at Saratoga, and that was her first start off a layoff, and her only previous 3 starts were against 2-year-old maidens against really, really tough groups. So I guess you look at this as almost like class relief, running against our maiden special weights versus those open maiden special weights at Saratoga. It should be a lot easier, and I could see this horse improving a lot second start off that long layoff. American Purple is the 2 horse. She's not taking as much money as last time, but they were all over her last time. It appeared to be an easier field than this one. She is well bred, but man, they bet her down to be the favorite in her first career start. Well, if you liked her last time, it is a little tougher today, but do you like her again today? Do you draw a line through it? She goes first time Lasix. I guess that's what you got to ask yourself if you're playing American Purple, especially if you played the horse last time at 8 to 5. You might like her a little more at 7 to 1. Enterprisingly is the 4 horse. She is getting a little bit of play on the cutback and distance. It seems to be a good angle this time of year. Horses that go route to sprint seem to do well. And she is knocking at the door in those route races, although they're a little bit easier than this sprint race. She does seem like the type of horse that could make a late run and land a share in this spot. And you wouldn't take a short price on her on the cutback because the route races are better than the sprints. But she could be awfully tough at here. And these connections have been doing very well again this year, just as they did last season. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts with a 6. You got about 5 minutes to post.
Coming on the track, race 6 from Finger Lakes, number 1 recorded time, and Stephen Frett. Number 2, American Purple and Cabercoa. Number 3, Ames and Chris Elliott. Number 4, Enterprisingly and Kevin Navarro. Number 5, Anna Brocknana, Jeremias Flores. Number 6, Well Documented, Oscar Gomez. And last but not least, number 7, Drew's Candy, Joel Cruz. Partners up, post time in just a few. Approach to the gate for race 6 from Finger Lakes. Fillies and mares have reached the starting gate, race 6 from Finger Lakes. All fillies in this race, field of 7 to go 6 furlongs. 9 to 5 on number 3, Ames. Who last raced at Saratoga. 2 to 1, number 4, Enterprisingly. In the money in her last couple starts here at Finger Lakes. And 5 to 1 on both the 2, American Purple and number 5, Anna Brocknana. These two vie for the early lead. American Purple has the lead over Anna Brocknana outside in second. A recorded time towards the inside in third. Ames races in fourth. 3 lengths back, well documented in fifth. Then 3 lengths to Enterprisingly, who's about 2 lengths in front of Drew's Candy, who's at the tail of the field. Onto the turn, American Purple goes to the opening quarter, 22 3/5. Recorded time at Ames in pursuit, second and third. Anna Brocknana loses a couple spots in fourth. Well documented deep on the course in fifth, 7 lengths off the lead. And then it's Drew's Candy and Enterprisingly near the back. Enterprisingly is now up into the top 5, about 6 lengths off the lead as they reach the top of the stretch. American Purple's the first to face us, comes off the turn by 1.5 lengths. Ames shaken up. Recorded time, green blinkers, switches to the outside. Enterprisingly 3 lengths off the lead in fourth. They run to the 16th pole. It's recorded time now forging to the front. American Purple, Ames, Enterprisingly second, third, and fourth in deep stretch. It's recorded time who wins over Ames. It was close for third. Well documented, Enterprisingly, and American Purple in that photo. Number 1, recorded time was first. It's a photo for second. 1324. Number 3, Ames second. Third, number 2, American Purple. Fourth, number 4, Enterprisingly. 1324, 6 furlongs, 112.62. Recorded time wins, pays $10.56. Official winner race 6. Recorded time, New York bred, 3-year-old bay filly by Central Banker, out of time counts. Lima Samad, the owner, Julius Ashley, the trainer, Stephen Frett, the winning jockey. Cedar Meadow, bred, recorded time. Double $131.66, exacta of 1 and 3. Pays $38.50 try, $78.89. Dime Super, $36.66. Pick 3, $380.77. The pick 4, 404, $699.45. Seventh race, Finger Lakes. Scratch the 5, tap it easy. Put Stephen Fred on number 2, sway the jury. Win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Daily double and pick 3 wagering. Post time, race 7 in about 19 minutes at 4:05 p.m.
All right, 10 minutes to post for race number 7. Say a little bit of an upset, but it did take some money. Recorded time going off at odds of 4-1. Stephen Frett for Julius Ashley. Congratulations to Julius. First victory of the season with recorded time. Really woke up last time and man, looked every bit the best today. 5,000 claimers, the 7th. Never won 2 condition, going 6 furlongs. We do scratch the 5, tap it easy. Start with the 1, Lily's Army, coming off a maiden victory. He's only had 2 starts. First career start was going 4.5 at Keeneland against 2-year-olds. Now, they start their 2-year-olds early. I don't even think we've had a 2-year-old race yet this season here at Finger Lakes. Well, that one was early, when you're talking about April 7th, that this horse ran as a 2-year-old, probably against some really good 2-year-olds. Would you consider that's an open 2-year-old maiden at Keeneland? Well, first start against older horses was last time off the layoff. Went 57 and change at Belterra in the slop and won off that long layoff. So you know the horse has got some talent. He tries to make it 2 in a row, putting 2 together, and he's an obvious player. Right now at odds of 6-5. The 7 is Winston D, who figures to be the outside of the speed in this race. And when he did get the lead, he broke his maiden for 5. He chased from a 10-post 2-back, and last race they didn't really back up, and he chased that day as well. It's going to be an interesting pace scenario today, because if he does make the lead, they probably won't catch him. And there doesn't seem to be a lot of speed in here. He at least should be on the front line, and looks like the other big threat in here, along with Lily's Army. The 3 is Army Proud. Speaking of Army, this should be the Army race. You got to forgive the last race, and this one comes out of the same race as Winston D, and it didn't run at all. So if you can forgive the race, draw a line through it. He actually dropped to 5,000 to win from a maiden special weight, but really had no form this year anyway up until that race. But he could bounce back with a good effort, but he's a really tricky read off of the dud that he put in last time. So if you're looking for somebody else in here, although the 1 and the 7 look awfully solid, and I guess the 3 would be the wild card. I guess Rag Mama Rag would be the only other one I could see that maybe could have an upset chance in here, cutting back in distance. Last time going a sprint for 5,000 was at Penn National and wasn't beat all that badly. So really for somebody else to throw in the Trier Super would probably be Rag Mama Rag. But those seem to be the main contenders in here when you're talking about Lily's Army and Winston D. We do scratch the 5, tap it easy. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and pick 3 starts with race number 7. Good luck.
Coming on the track, 7th race, Finger Lakes, scratch the 5, number 1, Lily's Army, and Jackie Davis. Number 2 is Sway the Jury, jockey change Stephen Frett. Number 3 is Army Proud and Michael Davila Jr. Number 4 is Rag Mama Rag, Oscar Gomez. Number 6, 8 Sunset Drive, Ramon Mulero aboard. And number 7, Winston D. Chris Elliott calling the shots. Post time in just a few minutes. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race 7 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 6 furlongs. 4 to 5, number 1, Lily's Army. Winner at Belterra last time out in Cincinnati. Eight to 5 on number 7, Winston D. Army Proud. Rag Mama Rag. Eight Sunset Drive and Winston D. They're all in the gates and they're off. Good start, 8 Sunset Drive, Winston D flashing early speed. And here's Lily's Army at the fence. Lily's Army from third to first. Army Proud improving in the yellow blinkers up into a joint third. Fifth place, Sway the Jury is about 3 lengths in front of Rag Mama Rag, who's at the back. They run to the half-mile pole. Lily's Army's on top. The lead's 3 parts of a length. Army Proud prompting outside second. Winston D 3 deep in third. Then 2 lengths to 8 Sunset Drive, shuffled a bit in fourth. Sway the Jury's in second last, 9 off the lead, and a length and a half to Rag Mama Ragged Trails. First quarter mile, 22 4/5. 2.5 furlongs to go. Lily's Army strides away by 6. Winston D picks up a spot in second. Army Proud backpedals in third. 8 Sunset Drives in fourth. Rag Mama Rag splitting rivals, but a distant fifth as they got 3/16 to go. Lily's Army's homeward bound has the lead by 5 lengths. Winston D's under left-handed pressure. Then it's Army Proud followed up by Rag Mama Rag. 16th to go. Lily's Army. Winston D's going to make this close. Winston D. Lily's Army. Lily's Army holds over Winston D, who was closing late. Then it was Army Proud in third. One 736. Lily's Army first. To the winner's circle, number 1, Lily's Army. Kentucky bred, 3-year-old bay gelding by Army Mule out of Lily's Candy. Eduardo Caramori, owner, trainer. Jackie Davis, the winning jockey. Equinox bred, Lily's Army. $2.40 the winning mutual. Double $19, exacta $4.88. Dime Super $1.24, exacta $4.88. Trifecta $2.20. Did have a claim from the 7th race. Number 1, Lily's Army. New owners Richard Sparling and Pamela Colony. Caitlin Gutterson, new trainer. Lily's Army claimed of the 7th. 8th race, Finger Lakes, scratch number 4, Bald Kitten. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and late daily double wagering. Post time for the 8th race in about 19 minutes at 4:35 p.m.
I still got a couple of races left on this Monday card, and what a finish to race number 7. The two main contenders, Lily's Army and Winston D. Jackie Davis laid it down. She sent Lily's Army to the front end, getting a little bit tired late because Winston D was trying to close. Two really good riders battling it out to the wire. Jackie barely holding on, but did get the victory. Got everything she could out of Lily's Army and got the win for Eduardo Caramoni. So congratulations to Lily's Army, the connections, who got the victory in race number 7. All right, let's look at the 8th. We scratched the 4 Bald Kitten. We'll look at some of the participants of this race. But it looks like my first Dinah's going to get most of the play. One thing about this one, I mean, and she has faced some tough competition in New York, and she's coming off a win in the slop in an off-the-turf event in a state-bred special weight. So she moves to a good spot here, so she certainly plays. My only thing with her is she's really bred well for the turf. Surprised they haven't tried her on the turf just yet. And she certainly doesn't have a problem going long either. So but she did run well at 5.5 last time. She got the victory. So she'll get a fast track going 5.5 today. First time against winners. She's a half to Lover's Key, who's a pretty good one, a stakes winner on the turf. See how she does today against these winners. Certainly a logical horse off the maiden victory. She's at odds of 3-2. I did use her in the top 3. Horse I ended up taking on top is it's a horse that I've always kept my eye on is Honorable Becky. She looked so good as a 2-year-old here way back in 2024 when she won first out and then overcame a slow start. And then didn't really break that well in the She's a Stone Cold Fox Stakes and ended up running 3rd. So good effort. So she's been stakes placed. She's had a couple starts coming back to Finger Lakes off the long layoff. She had been off since September. So she probably would have needed a race. And she actually ran pretty well. She ran 4th. The problem with this horse is she still doesn't break all that well out of the gate. Kind of like a Baeza type. But she's still making up the ground. But she's going to need something to run at. And the question is how much pace she's going to get to run at. The Scratch a Bald Kitten certainly doesn't help her. But there still is some speed. You got to figure Good Mission is the speed of the race. And Back to Cali also has some speed inside of her. So maybe she'll have enough to run at. But it is only 5.5 furlongs. So let's see if they can come back to her. I'm taking a shot with her at a little bit of a price. She's at odds of 4-1. The other one I gave a big chance to is maybe the best of the speed of the speed, talking about Good Mission, who doesn't even need the lead. But she's that much tougher when she gets it, like when she won at 4.5 coming off the layoff. It's a really good effort. And then to break her maiden, and then she followed it up with a couple top 4 finishers first couple times against winners. So she stays at 5.5 here. If she can withstand the speed or even get the lead in here, she's got a big chance against these rivals, as it does seem to be a little bit easier field than what she faced last time. She's currently at odds of 5-2. Back to Cali's off of the maiden win as well. She goes first time Lasix off of the win. And maybe she's an improved horse now as a 3-year-old. And she's 1 for 1 as a 3-year-old, first time against older horses. And if she can move forward, adding Lasix in her second start of the year, she could be another one that could be a factor in race number 8. So just heard riders up. They're about to go on the track for the 8th. Again, we scratched the 4 Bald Kitten, Exacta Tri Super, and Daily Double offered in here.
On the track for the 8th race, Finger Lakes, number 1 back to Kali, Andre Worry. Number 2 is Good Mission, Jeremias Flores. Number 3, My First Dinner, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 5, Honorable Becky, Oscar Gomez. Number 6, Warrior Bunny Z and Cabercoa. And number 7 is Blue Set and Joe Cruz. Post time in a few. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the starting gate for the 8th race from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 fillies and mares going 5 1/2 furlongs. 4 to 5, number 3, My First Dinah. Winner at Saratoga last time out. Raylu Gutierrez was aboard that day at Saratoga and is aboard today in this race at Finger Lakes. Loading up. Honorable Becky. Warrior Bunny Z in blue set. Warrior Bunny Z. Up into the gate, blue set to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. A glorious start. Back to Kali from an inside post. Immediately gets that early lead. Good Mission, the gray in pursuit in second. And then in third, My First Dinah to the inside of Warrior Bunny Z. They're third and fourth. Blue Sets in fifth and about 6.5, 7 lengths off the lead and is the outside of Honorable Becky, who's at the tail of the field. Back to Kali into the turn. Has the lead by a length over Good Mission, who is putting the pressure on in second. First quarter mile, 22 seconds flat. Third place belongs to Warrior Bunny Z, passing My First Dinah at this point in time. Honorable Becky to the inside of Blue Set. One big cluster, about 4 lengths from top to bottom as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Back to Kali. My First Dinah able to squeeze on through at the fence. Honorable Becky, green cap 3 wide. Warrior Bunny Z's on the stand side. Good Mission, one from the outside of that front running cluster as they run to the 16th pole. My First Dinah is on top by a length. Warrior Bunny Z lunging late. My First Dinah, Warrior Bunny Z. My First Dinah holds over Warrior Bunny Z. Honorable Becky third. Back to Kali fourth. Three, 6, 5, 1. The favorite, My First Dinah. First. Eighth race is official. My First Dinah to the winner's circle. New York bred, 3-year-old bay fitted by Name Changer out of My Dinah. Eduardo Jones, owner trainer. Ray Lu Gutierrez, the winning jockey. Cas Hill Farm bred, My First Dinah. $4.80 the winning mutual. Double $5.94. Exacta $36.80. Trifecta $30.29. Dime Super $21.71. Ninth and final, Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering, as well as traditional win, place, and show. Post time for the ninth and final in about 19 minutes at 5:04 p.m.
All right, ready to conclude this Monday card with the 9th race. Going back to the 8th, it was my first Dinah. A good job by Ray Lou Gutierrez, sneaking up the inside to get the victory for Eduardo Jones. As we go to the last, just a reminder, we do continue live racing, 8 race cards the next 2 days. Tomorrow's Tuesday card starts at 12:55. A lot of fun as we've had a couple nice finishes today. Even that one was somewhat close as the Mike Lassesi trainee, Warrior Bunny Z, ran a big one to be second as well. Okay, look at the last race. It is a maiden race going 1.70 miles. Really zero it in on 2 horses here that are both new faces in this spot, and they're both getting some play. Right now, the favorite on the board is Richie's Love, and then you got Baby Meanie getting some action as well at 2-1, and both of them come out of better races than what they'll face here, as Baby Meanie's coming out of $25,000 maiden claimers. Richie's Love was running against similar earlier in the spring, running against the 25s, mostly in a couple sprint races. Baby Meanie's out of a dam by Kitten's Joy, so the turfs are actually turf sprint. It seems like what this horse hints at as far as the breed, though Kitten's Joy is more turf route. He's had a lot of chances. This will be his 11th start, but and it's not the strongest spread for the 1.70 miles, but this should be a more realistic spot. You look at the 2 main contenders. Richie Love has only 5 career starts. He's hitting the board against state-bred maidens in New York. The only question with Richie's Love is he's never gone this far before. He's been mostly sprints, and really that's the only question with that horse is the extra yardage. Baby Meanie at least has been proven going long on the dirt, and he's not that badly beaten in those 25,000 claimers in New York. So what does that mean? These are pretty evenly matched. I just thought I'd lean towards Baby Meanie at a little better price with the route experience. Maybe that could give him the nod just a little bit over Richie's Love. But Richie's Love looks just as strong on paper with 3 straight second place finishes against maiden claimers, and then the state-bred 50,000s the last 2. And you got a good trainer on the stretch out. He won his only race here, talking about Mike Maselli, but the trainer is around 26%, 5 for 19 on the stretch out, and he does look like the speed of the race along with Wisecracker. So I guess the question is, does Wisecracker go after him like Wisecracker sent last time, or can Richie's Love get the lead? I mean, Tony Hooks is outside him too with a little speed, but if he could get a clear early lead in here, they're probably not going to catch him as long as he gets that extra yardage. Now, if the pace does develop, Baby Meanie could be in a good pounce position, and he certainly plays in here. He's currently at odds of 2-1. The 2 horse here, Joe 23, is acting up in the paddock, a little bit unruly. Now I'm looking at the 6 Wisecracker, and the question is going to be tactics for Wisecracker. Obviously, he's had a lot of chances. He's 0 for 22. He has been losing by double digits his last 2. His last race is horrible, but you can actually draw a line through Wisecracker's last race. Why? Because he sent hard and went in 46, and neither one of them were around at the end, the 2 that were dueling. So you got to forgive the effort. The previous start really isn't that bad going a mile, and it's not like he's that badly beaten any of his races other than the last one when it was just really poor tactics getting in a speed duel. Now the question is, what is he going to do today with the presence of Richie's Love? Well, if the pace is a little bit more realistic and he's forwardly placed, he's kind of a hang-around horse. He's hung around against some better opposition in the past, and I'm going to use him as a long shot in the top 3, just thinking, or top 4, just thinking he could hang around, and I used him 3rd at odds of 33-1, just to throw a long shot in there. Another good price in here is the 4 Busy Busy Busy. He's got some route experience. Again, he's getting badly beaten the last 2, but he's also running against better competition in a sense. I know Tony Hooks finished ahead of him, but Tony Hooks also had an easy lead in there, and he's trying to close ground. Might get a different pace scenario today, and may need a different pace scenario today for him to put in a closing kick, but there's a good possibility of that happening. He's shortening up a little bit to a mile 70. Those are a few of the contenders for the last race on today's card. They're about to go on the track for this 9th race. Exacta Tri and Super offered in the 9th race.
Coming on the track for the 9th and final from Finger Lakes, number 1, Malcolm's Rush and Chris Russell. Number 2, Joe G23, Andre Worry. Number 3, Call Saul, Jackie Davis. Number 4, Busy, Kevin Navarro. Number 5, Richie's Love and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 6, Wisecracker, Oscar Gomez. Number 7 is Baby Meanie, Chris Elliott. And number 8, Tony Hooks with Emmanuel De Diego. Post time in a few. We had a late scratch. Scratch number 2, Joe G23. Number 2, Joe G23 is a late scratch from this ninth race. Scratch the 2, Joe G23. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate for the ninth and final from Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the gate for the ninth and final from Finger Lakes, down to a field of 7. Late scratch to the 2, Joe G23. Current favorite at even money, number 5, Richie's Love. First time at Finger Lakes for Richie's Love. Been racing at Aqueduct. Five to 2 on both the 7, Baby Meanie, and number 8, Tony Hooks. Loading up for the ninth and final, Richie's Love. Wisecracker. Baby Meanie. And Tony Hooks. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Slow start for Malcolm's Rush. Richie's Love and Wisecracker send out for the lead, joined by Tony Hooks on the outside. Baby Meanie is also in the vanguard as well. And then in fifth, that's Call Saul. Will save all the ground around that first turn. Busy, busy, busy to the outside of Wisecracker at the back. 3 across the track early on as they got about 6 furlongs to go. Wisecracker has the lead by a neck over Tony Hooks outside in second. And then it's Baby Meanie who backs off the pace in third. Richie's Love tracks in fourth in a gap of about 9 lengths to Call Saul, who's about 5 lengths in front of Malcolm's Rush. And Busy is at the tail of the field. First quarter, 24 seconds. Up the backstretch they travel. Wisecracker to the inside of Tony Hooks. They're clear by 3. Baby Meanie and Richie's Love are third and fourth. Then about 10 lengths to Call Saul, who gets the reins shaken to him in fifth. Followed up by Busy is 3 lengths behind him. And then about 9 lengths to Malcolm's Rush, who trails the field. Midway on the turn, Wisecracker holds on to that lead. Tony Hooks has been pressing the last couple furlongs have passed Wisecracker. And then it's Richie's Love and Baby Meanie are also under pressure, third and fourth. Many lengths back to Call Saul in fifth as they turn into the stretch. Wisecracker, Tony Hooks. It's Baby Meanie's trying to punch through at the fence. And then it's Richie's Love. And here's Call Saul on the outside. Call Saul from far back was fifth, but at least 12 lengths off the lead. Tried to lug in there quite a bit. And it's Call Saul now powering to the front. Tony Hooks. Baby Meanie second and third. It's Call Saul from off the pace. Baby Meanie second. Tony Hooks third. Fourth, Wisecracker. In the winner's circle, number 3, Call Saul. Third career start of winning one, New York bred, 3-year-old bank gelding by Solomini out of Mo Bobby. Larry Botting is the owner. Stephen Abink, the trainer. Jackie Davis, the winning jockey. 2 wins in the card for Jackie Davis. Larry Botting, also bred, Call Saul. It's official. Double, $158.80. That's a regular double. Consolation double, $4.82. Exacta, $336.78. Trifecta, $508.91. Super, $522.19. Pick 3, $75.89. Consolation pick 3, $1.76. Pick 4, 4 of 4. $726.68. Pick 5, 5 of 5. $12,998.21. Programs for the Tuesday card here at Finger Lakes, available for free to download at fingerlakesgaming.com. 9th race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Monday. Next live racing date tomorrow, Tuesday. First post, 12:55 p.m. from high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. This is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.